Well, that's pretty weird. I don't know whether I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, that didn't work out like I had it planned. I guess I'm streaming. I have no idea here, to be honest with you. Yeah, I have no clue what happened. I had this. It looks to me like the nick fell over on my trading machine, which I use for all of this. I'm sure no one will connect, probably. I couldn't figure out how to restart the stream that was already connected, so that's not a lot of fun. But anyway, for the point, you can see the big data gap here in Bookmap. IRT, of course, picks up the slack and fills everything back in as expected. There's been no. Oh, we did take out the IB statistic right here. There's something interesting. Yeah, we have an A signal now, but we don't have a B, and we don't have a trigger. That would be the IB continuation trade, which, let's see what happens. No, nothing is what's happening. We did take out the IB statistic, but that's all. And why don't I have that A? Oh no. Haven't taken it out as far as the rules go now that I can see. There is not an A here. This is a trigger because we didn't close below the IB. That is the trigger, the A signal. And we didn't get a B and we don't have a trigger, but up we go. Well, somebody's said something over here. I don't know what. I also don't know what the hell is going on with this, but I don't know who's here, who's not, but I've never had it fall over like that just quickly. And the ironic part about it is I quickly enabled the Wi-Fi, and this machine and all this stuff is working fine on the Wi-Fi. It seems to be the wired part, which would be my LAN, I guess. Maybe the switch is taking a dump. Well, everything seems to be okay on the land now for my number 2 machine. I don't know about my, I don't know about this trading machine. Let's check, I guess. How can I do that now? This is nightlight shit. I don't even understand what that means. See if I disconnect, what'll happen? It picks up the internet, I guess. My other workstation is, oh, back on, no problem. As is this one now under Wi-Fi. Jesus, I don't get it. Well, I can safely say that I will be not thinking about a trade in this environment. Huh. That's pretty weird. There's always something in there. Well, I'm assuming that I will. Now something's happened. I don't know what. Oh, I do know what. Log in again. There we go. Well, that's just magic. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll just let it maintain on Wi-Fi here until, yeah, I don't know, until I can shut this mess down and see what happens, I guess. Wow. I'm going to be mega pissed if, if something's happened to my Something has happened to my motherboard. And what a beautiful day we have here, huh? We've had the IB stat taken out, but not as far as my signal goes. And now we're having an IB failure trade. There was no signal because this bar did not close below the IB. This bar did not throw a B signal here. This would have been a trigger for the IB failure. So I'll review all of this stuff. And I think I've talked about this a lot, but I'll do it again. And I'm talking to myself because I fell off and nobody will log back on, obviously. But I'm in the process, I'm at the point in this process of confirming the rules and the signals. I have yet to optimize them. Perhaps I don't need to have the close below the IB. Perhaps I don't need to have the close within the pullback zone for the B. You know what I mean? So that's the next step. Well, one thing about this is you definitely find out your vulnerabilities. You know, all of the expensive monitors and desks and mixers and blah, blah, blah. And all it takes is one simple, it's the age old, you know, a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. And you never know which one of these links is going to fall over and when, I guess. Now, I didn't have Wi-Fi set up very quickly, so I couldn't get, and I don't know how to have OBS reconnect, you know, or restart. I didn't have it. I don't like Wi-Fi. I prefer my wired connection. It's Cat 7 or 8, and, you know, but here I am. So sorry about that. Richard, whoever, have a great weekend. What one that says no internet access and one that says I do have? I don't get it. That's so weird. I'm I'm on a Wi-Fi connection now. Boy, this is really working out great, huh? If I'd have just been on that failure. Hmm. Wow, that's pretty weird. Well, here we are, a big mean reversion, and I'm standing here picking my nose, worrying about why the internet fell over. Typical, huh? And I realize I'm busy explaining all that into the muted mic, so sorry. I was describing how why the rules did not fire an A, a B, and a trigger for the IB failure. And this was the correct lead-in bar. Here we have the open is excuse me, higher than the close, and it is above the the IB low. However, the close needed to be below the IB. Then for the B, we needed to have a bar and a bar, and then close with inside the pullback zone, pull back, and then retrace to the trigger zone, and we would have had a trigger as we have here. So we needed to have an A, a B, and this little arrow right over here, and we'd have been off to the races without any heat for that beautiful trade. But that's that's in that alternate universe. And what do we have now? We got another VPOC migration. You can bet boys are getting they're getting their mouse fingers are all twingling and tingling and all that stuff. Now we're liable to mess around up here and have a signal pretty quick. Boy, I'm choking on something. I don't know what. I'm going to mute off so I don't continually clear my throat. All right, boys and girls, we're going to get our signal yet. And yeah, you see how the pullback trigger works? But that's not a valid signal because we don't have an A and a B yet. I hope everything's working. Thanks for coming in. Subscribe, do all that stuff. I don't know exactly what happened. That was pretty strange. I hope it's not a hardware deal because that that 10G NIC is on built into the motherboard. So now we have a B. Ooh, we have a B and a trigger and another B. Well, I'm dyslexic, but even at this stage, I know that there needs to be an A before a B. So, you know. Pretty quick. Now, after all this confusion and folderol, I'm going to do a quick round robin here. We got both mouths trading opportunities available. We're on a 2-lot risk neutral package. That's all good. So we're good to go. Assuming trading will present itself at some point or not. I'm wondering about this right here. I have a VPOC migration here some minutes ago and nothing on IRT. I'm going to refresh the data because who knows. Quite a rotational profile, isn't it? Pretty much classic. You might say. Now I can safely tell you that there is a big discrepancy in the data. Here. It's still downloading, so let's let it cook. But something's not right. And here's what I mean. Look at the profile. And we know that by definition, the POC is at the price at which the most contracts have traded. So by the volume profile, that's got to be the most prominent point of the profile to the left here. Okay, and on Bookmap, it's showing the POC at 87.5, which is up here. Now that's about 87.5. Yes. No, wait a minute. Oh, something's way off. Something's completely goofy. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Meaning that this right here should be out further than this right here. And that, you see, is not the case. It is here and came from here, but it is not the case on IRT. Hey, Panda. How are you? Yes, Dad was coughing. I'm sorry. She's upset because I woke her up from her nap. Now I'm in big trouble. I better do some kitty cat petting quick in order to redeem myself here. So that's pretty disappointing, and I've downloaded the data once. Let's do one other thing here. Let's do a scrub. Shouldn't do this in the middle of the trade, but I mean in the middle of the day, but what the hell. If this doesn't come right and it makes sense to me, I'm not going to be doing anything, even if I get a signal and a trigger. You know, that's just not smart. Well, we still have the same issue over here, so I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to update data. Bookmap needs to have a quick data update function like IRT. I'm not sure that it does, but I'm not going to go clicking around where I'm not familiar during the session. So thanks for coming by. Drop a like and a thumbs up and a subscribe, and that'd be super. As you know, hell, I don't know if I'm connected or not. And I can't easily get to the back of that rack in the middle of this session going on. So let's just keep watching them, eh? I'm probably way behind on something. I don't know what. This stream has been in progress for an hour. Oh, yeah, that's going to be another drama. That the chapter markers are going to be all wonky. I think what I'm going to do is call this a Friday. And yeah, that sucks. Oh, baby. Been an hour and 6 minutes since I've had this on, so 10:37, I guess. That sucks. That's never happened before. I wonder if there is a way to restart. I know that OBS will try to restart, a few times. And maybe I should have just, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, never mind. That's not the point. The goal is to have a transparent and fully accountable record for my journal. And that's kind of where we are at this point. That was kind of a hiccup there this morning. And no signal, nothing down here and nothing up here. So here we go. La-di-da. 11:44. I'm gonna start loosening up here for my 4-mile extravaganza over the middle of the day. (28C), 82F. Quite a rotational. Looks like it's trying to build a bit of a B-shaped profile. If you look at Bookmap, but on IRT, it's pretty much a pretty straight up. This is pretty rotational. Huh? Now these points right here, this point is where Bookmap is saying POC is migrated, and that means this has got to be outside of this, and that's not the case. So I tend to believe IRT because IRT has downloaded and refreshed its data, whereas Bookmap, you see where the data fell off here? Right here? Right? You see it? So therefore, this is missing, and I don't know of a way to easily update your data or refresh your data as I do on IRT or Bookmap. I know a way to completely replace everything by starting over. And in the old days, you used to be able to scroll backwards and get a little button with an arrow that you had a choice to. You could download cloud data or whatever else it was called. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, see this little guy here? But it gives you no option to do anything. So that's pretty handy. Maybe not. Maybe not so handy after all, eh? The only other thing I know to do is refresh and clear data library. Well, I don't have any trades on. Let's see what the hell happens. I don't know. Let's see if that works. Fingers crossed. Do whatever kind of thing you do to have something work out, and here we go. Now, in theory, as I understand it, that's supposed to download in the whole shooting match. What's this say? Oh, there we go. 1 hour cloud. No, I want the whole shooting match. I want 6 hours. 6 hours of everybody. There we go. Let's load that sucker. Now, who knows? Now the goddamn thing will probably fall over again. Who knows? So this week I've had 2 or 3 issues that have, kind of kept to myself, but in some respects. But what you need to realize is all of the things we do and is only dependent. It's the old saying, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. I have Bookmap, I have IRT, I have Jigsaw backup, I have IRT set up where I can get in and out of trades if I need to, all those kinds of things. But Rhythmic falls over and it's all useless. Nothing. Now I'm changing my whole trading philosophy around here to, I've given up on, I had a real disappointing occurrence, so I will never have anything to do with TopStep anymore. Not that they care, I'm sure, but I'm waiting for my brokerage account to be, just, forget all this prop crap. I had 5 accounts in the evaluation, all of which in good standing, all of which within about one positive risk neutral trade from passing the evaluation, or maybe 1.5 to say 2. And on Tuesday, they just closed them all out and said, well, we've decided a month ago this happened, and 1 or 2 canceled, and I got on email, oh, yes, we're sorry, yes, you haven't broken any rules, and we will support you with Rhythmic, and you can go to the XFA, and you can go onto live and trade with Rhythmic and all this stuff. And the tools that I use, the reason I care about Rhythmic is because I care about Bookmap and IRT. And this past Tuesday, everything fell over, and they just said, well, we changed our mind. We're not going to have anything to do with Rhythmic or any of these other data providers anymore. If you want to trade with TopStep, get yourself a TopStep X account. All the time, over a year, never breaking a rule, being in consistency, doing everything correctly. And essentially just thanks for your time and money and go piss up a rope. Pretty disappointing. No, we didn't. So that's the end of that. That's why I'm not doing the multi-account story anymore in the pre-market and explaining all of that. But that's where it is. Really disappointing. I started out with those guys originally I've been funded a time or two, and then had my career got in the way, and I didn't trade. They actually closed a funded account because I hadn't traded frequently enough. That's another thing. But I first started messing with those guys in 2014. Disappointing. And was a supporter, Reminds me I got to take that link to them out of the description here, because I would not want anybody to get involved with that. And that TopStep X is a derivative of Program X, which is a Forex company, and that is a complete shitstorm scam. They have a B book, and they can do all kinds of things to your account in the back end if you start winning. And I know a lot about that. And the platform itself is just really immature. They didn't even have bracket or OCO orders until a couple weeks ago. Think about it. Professional trading, we're going to all make millions, and they don't have OCO orders. Yeah. So, I've thought about a lawyer. I've thought about a shitstorm on YouTube, going to their Discord, and I think it's just lesson learned and move on, I guess. Quite disappointing. And to be honest with you, I didn't believe that it would happen. I had more faith in those guys attacking them, to be honest about it. And back in August when it first happened, and they said, oh, yeah, we're sorry. I still have the email. We're sorry. Yes, you're right. As long as you don't break any rules, need to reset any of that stuff, you can continue to trade and no worries. If they'd have said, no, we're not going to do that, I'd have quit then. Saved myself, August, September, and what part of October we're in, and been well on the way to in the next opportunity, the next situation. It's really weird. It was quite a shocking Tuesday night. That's for sure. Well, no signal. Mighty damn close, huh? Look at that. Look how close we got up here, boys and girls. Nope. No way. And if you're trading this with some other set of rules, or you're doing it discretionally, these are some absolutely sweet mean reversion, classic rotational mean reversion trades. By golly. Now I don't know what's happened over here. We've got all of these in a pile. Now we've got them. Now Bookmap has got POC down here now, and IRT has it up here. So I don't know. I'd say, oops. I'd say I better start stretching my legs. Well, I wish I'd have known. I got to figure out how to restart a stream on YouTube. There must be a way, I guess. And most importantly, what the hell happened to my machine? Yeah, Panda, let's go. Dad's got to go for a walk. Yeah? Am I crazy? Is that what you said? You said, Dad, are you crazy? I'm a kitty cat. I don't go for walks. I go for snacks and napping, don't you, Panda? There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go for the walk. Oh, exercise, Panda. Well, I tell you, after the stream dropping out, and for whatever reason that's happened on that computer, I have no clue. It's obviously not the. It's obviously only got to be the NIC because the Wi-Fi picked it right up. I don't know. And no signals. So be careful, as Richard pointed out earlier in the previous stream. It's a. It is a. Okay, where are you now? So I'm going to head out for my 4-miler, and I'll see y'all in a little bit. If not, have a great weekend. All right, so there we go. Thanks a lot for, sorry for the inconvenience of the stream screwing up. What have we had happen here now? Oh, we don't have a, well, we had an A and a B. And we haven't had a trigger yet, which would be that's the trigger for a continuation. And we have an A and a B and no trigger for the failure. What do I think would happen? Let's just look. Wow. It's pretty rotational, isn't it? Still very balanced and rotational. What is this little glurb? Oh, I know what it is. Sometimes there we go. That makes a little more sense for the continuation trade, I guess. If IRT is scrunched up too much, it'll stop, what do you call it, recording or extending or whatever. Where did the IB go? Here we are. So we didn't get our signal, which would be here. That would have been the signal for the continuation trade. Yeah, I am. Okay. That would have been right here. We needed to fall down to here, and then we could have had a signal for the continuation. Suing each other. I'm a little paranoid here with after the internet drama. I have no idea what happened to that. So where in the hell are we now? 1 o'clock. Well, ooh, boy, we're almost at the power hour. Ooh. Well, there we have it. Let me just say that my thinking here is as follows. The most valuable piece of equipment, absolutely, that you have in your trading office is on your side of the monitor. You know, think about it. You spend hours and hundreds or thousands of dollars buying monitors and equipment and keyboards and standing desks and internet connections and bookmap subscriptions and on and on and on. And all of that only is of any value if your eyes, your brain are processing that data and that information and making the proper decisions. So it's the most important thing you can do to take care of that thing, that piece of equipment. Make sure you take care of your eyes. This focusing on our screens for hours at a time keeps your short focus eye muscles in complete contraction all the time. Clench your fists as hard as you can and keep them that way for an hour. And tell me how you feel. That's what you do to your eyes. At least once during the day, which I'm doing now in the middle of the day, get outside, get a little UV if the sunlight is soft. Focus a long way down the street. That rests your eyes. The natural lighting and a little UV is good for your eyes, the rods and cones in your retina. And of course, at the same time, take care of your health. Exercise. Get proper rest. Be hydrated. Don't be on emotional tilt. You know? Would you trade if your internet was dropping in and out and one of your monitors was broken and, you had to use a keyboard because your mouse quit working? No, you wouldn't do that. Well, you shouldn't trade if you've gone out and got hammered and come home and got in a fight with your significant other and didn't get any sleep. You're hungover, you're pissed off, you're on tilt. You know what I mean? That's just as important. More importantly than your hardware. So be really sure you take care of that. Especially your eyes and hydration and exercise. Blood circulation makes a big difference in your decision making. And after all, that's what this career boils down to at the end of the day. It's a random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. We already know and have established that without a doubt. That's a statistical fact. So, properly interpreting the signals that you have statistically vetted to have an edge or an expectancy is the key. That is the edge. That's the Holy Grail right there. Well, I would have liked to have gotten that trigger, but we didn't. You know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. And we are in the power hour, boys and girls. Ladies and gents, traders, whatever. Now I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened to the. I will only be able to tell when I reboot my router and my machine, which I do every weekend, so that won't be a problem. But this particular trading machine does not go through my switch, my in my hub or my switch. It comes directly off the fiber gateway to the NIC at 10 gigs. So, don't know. When things are working perfectly, and then they suddenly don't. That's always that's A, never a good sign, and B, always a puzzle. Because it's you got to try to figure out systematically and troubleshoot one item at a time to see what's wrong. Oh yeah, I build my trading machines, so I know everything going on there, and that helps a little bit. In a way, and in a way it doesn't, because these the Ethernet NICs are on the motherboard. Inclusive with the motherboard, it's a Asus Art Direct Creator or some damn thing that's called. I have them in a rack, kind of. Pretty cool case, actually. It's like a test rack made by. It's made by Cooler Master, but I can't remember the number of it. So darn it. Damn it, Janet. We didn't get our opportunity right here, did we? Wouldn't that have been lovely? If this right here would have come back to our target zone, boom, away you go. I think. Yeah. Or any of these, this one or any of them. Now it's a little bit dicey as we approach the witching hour on a options expiration Friday. Yesterday was a fine, 61 ticks, little heat, but obviously not stopped. And if you're new here, I just trade a 2 or 4 lot risk neutral package. In this case, in this environment, it's a 2 lot. And so, what are we? 327. One of the things that's important to remember here make sure I've got all this stupid chapter thing figured out. The reason I spend time on this chapter marker is, first, I had a very nice plug-in, which I just hotkeyed and took a second. There they were, which has been broken when OBS just did the last update, and the guy that made the plug-in hasn't got it fixed yet. And B, the reason I use them is the stream is 7 hours long, right? So I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not going to sit and watch 7 hours of this to get to a point that I want, and I want to jump to the trades or to what happened at the IB or, whatever. Let me see that backtesting stuff again. And that's the purpose for it. That's why I try to make them available and accurate. It's like the chapters of the timestamps on the stream. And also remember, the point of the stream is my virtual trading journal. And one of the reasons I stream it to YouTube is so I can review it on any other device. Is I only use stand-up desks, and I'm standing here a minimum of 10 hours a day because I start about 6 and, 7 hours on the stream, and then I have stuff I do after. So, there you go. The reason the stream is so long is to ensure transparency and full accountability. No trades taken off the stream at all, period, case closed. Boop. Well, how disappointing. We had the very nice A, B continuation and didn't get to our trigger. Such is life. Am I going to chase it? No. Am I going to do something else stupid to it? No. Which brings me to the discussion about all of that. I call it your monkey mind. So much emphasis in YouTube stuff and books are written about trader psychology and all this thing. In my opinion, most of those are written from a point of view to convince you that it's a real serious problem and sell you a book or a course. Now, from my point of view, it is our monkey mind. Depending on how, however you believe the world and people started, we've been at it. We've been evolving, changing, growing, developing, passing down generational traits for a long, long time. And that is where our wiring comes from. In the olden days, 1,000 years ago, that kept us alive, probably fear. Those kinds of traits. But FOMO, wanting to be right, revenge, chasing, all that stuff, those are all the base monkey mind. I call them your monkey mind things. And you're never, ever going to eliminate them or purge them from your psyche or whatever you want to say. What I believe that's the only way you can deal with that and deal with it successfully, and I think I have and do, constantly be aware of yourself and how you're feeling and thinking. And the minute your monkey mind starts kicking in or, adrenaline starts pumping in there or you start feeling the urge to grab the mouse and clicking shit out of things, like you're killing snakes or something, recognize that and don't act on it. Be an adult. There's a lot of things that you don't do now because you're an adult, because you know better. And you control yourself, self-control, whatever you want to call it. That's the key to discipline and as a trader. It's not a matter of discipline like it's a hard thing to do. It's just what you do. I only take trades when I have the signal in the direction of, in line with my trade plan, period. I don't overtrade. I don't trade on the phone. I don't click hell out of things. I don't chase when I miss an entry. I don't get FOMO and go nuts. I don't do any of that stuff because I'm an adult, and so are you. I think the more I really, really believe that our subconscious mind, it's not, this is all stuff that I'm just parroting or that I agree with, that is developed and understood by somebody far more enlightened than I am, probably. Our subconscious mind believes what we tell it, especially what we articulate verbally. You tell yourself you're stupid. You tell yourself you overtrade. You tell yourself you're a loser. Your subconscious mind's going to go, okay, I'm an overtrading loser, you know, and that's not good. That's not what any of us want to, that's not the case any of us want. So don't sit and dwell on negative stuff, verbally or internally. You don't overtrade, period. You know, you don't go to the bathroom in your pants. You're an adult. The same, it's exactly the same. There's no difference between the two. None. You know, you don't get drunk and drive down the wrong side of the freeway 100 miles an hour. You don't do that. You don't overtrade. You follow your rules. It's just that, break it down to that base level and you will not have a problem with it, with your psychology. You tell you listen to Brett Steenbarger or one of these people who are educated and make a lot of money selling books and courses, and you're gonna realize how truly screwed up you are psychologically, and boy, you better read his book if there's any hope. I mean, I'm sorry, but you know, I'm just an old cowboy from Montana, and that's the truth. So I believe really strongly in the KISS principle and common sense. And I can tell you right now that if you just approach this that way, you will not, all of those things that you think are giant issues for you will probably disappear. I hope. I hope all the best for everybody here. Me too, you know, and for myself as well. Darn it, look at that. Would I like to be on that? Boy, I would, wouldn't I? Am I on that? No. Am I going to chase that? No. Does it fit my rules and my triggers? No. Am I clicking the mouse? No. You know? Am I going to go get hammered and go drive around? No. I mean, it's all the same. I see no difference. There is no difference. Let me put it that way. So it looks like this day is not going to have a trade in it for us, for me. It's quarter after, I mean, it's 2:15, which is been 3 hours and 36 minutes in the stream here. In this news stream, of course. That's, don't forget that's, I don't know how I'm going to do the timestamp because this big story where the stream dropped off. That sucks, doesn't it? Well, I guess fortunately I don't have a trade, so there's nothing really critical to watch or to come back to for either you or me. And let's take a look at the backtesting story now completely. I think I've explained the backtesting theory enough, probably, maybe. This is the backtesting chart. These signal markers and these levels are custom indicators I built for this chart and indicators that I built for this chart, and they do not connect over here. They faithfully represent the levels and the triggers from the trading system, but only so that I can visually confirm things are happening as I expect them to and when I expect them to as the trading day unfolds. Now, the great part about backtesting, as opposed to visually trying to scroll back through days and days at a time. That's how this whole thing started with the levels and the lines. Is I was trying to scroll back through and vet these trades, and I realized, well, I don't think I'm accurately recording the signals for each trade. So I built this system so that there's no question as I scroll backwards. Then I realized that the real secret to it was to just roll up my sleeves and get this backtesting figured out with IRT. And that's what I've done here. And it works quite well, perfectly almost. There's only 1 or 2 days that do something weird and nobody seems to can figure out why, but I know which ones they are. The 1st of May, 2024, for example. So here's all the rules. And here's the key to backtesting. This is 500 days. How long do you think it would take you to go back and review 500 trading days? Never mind, that's over 2 years of trading the same setup every day, assuming that the same setup in the same context repeated itself. If you tried to do it in real time, you'd be older than Methuselah, So that ain't going to work. However, backtesting can. The ES, 2 contracts, RTH session only. I want these reports. I'm trading two lots. Okay. Let's backtest this mess. How long do you think it's going to take? Five seconds. This computer just traded every rule here, evaluated every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle for the last 493 trading days. And it took 5 seconds to do so. Only one symbol. It took 706 trades, 376 long and 339 short. Now here is the 1st of May, 2024, as I told you earlier. I know this is here. And I can't figure out why, and nobody else can tell me yet either. The trade is entered properly. It takes T1, and rather than hitting T2, which would mean this would say $750, the maximum winning trade should be $750, it goes on to the end of day exit point, which is these two things that are just, if you're in a trade, they exit at the end of the day whenever I set that time, however many minutes I set it before the end of the session. And in this case, it worked out, really well, but the odds of that are slim and none. This is absolutely correct. The maximum loss is $300. Now, it doesn't take, I can't convert this to ticks or points, which I prefer, but IRT is coded it this way, and there you go. But I know that 2 contracts, 12 ticks stop for each contract is 24 ticks, and that's $300. Take 24 and multiply it by 12 and a half, and there you go. Now, here's something that's really important to do when you decide your stop loss, for example. There are 9 consecutive winners in a row. Yay, me. There's also 7 consecutive losers. That means full stop. That doesn't mean scratch. That means full stops. That's one of these over here. Now, when you're deciding your account risk, can your account support 7 times 300 in a row? $2,100. I'm not saying that it can't. I'm just saying you need to be aware of that. You can also calculate your expectancy and your win rate and all of those things. And if you really want to drill in and do this properly, and the reason I know it's May 1st, 2024, is you can come right down here and look at each trade one by one and the outcome. the trade type, the result, the exit types, the entry, the exit times, and the profit or loss, whatever it is. And if we go here to May, let's go to May, see if I'm lying to you. I like to, but I get caught lying. I'm not a good liar, so I just quit. May 1st, 2021. Oh, look at there. And you see my point. It takes an IBF failure long, which would be from the IB low. It takes the T1 stop gets hit, and rather than hit the T2, which is set on entry, it goes to end of day and picks up $3,000 instead of $600. Here's one that works normally. T1, end of day, $250. I don't know. So if I were to graph this or do the math, then I just have to manually take out that value, and it's one trade, so I'm not going to worry about it. But I'm going to adjust the money when I figure the expectancy. There you go. That's backtesting the way it ought to be done. The next thing that you can do here, which I have not yet, is optimize. And the way you work it, the way you do it correctly is you backtest from the beginning to, let's say, the end of 2024. And then you optimize that. So you now have an optimized strategy back-tested data from the beginning of the data set to December 31st, 2024. Then you forward test. You run the optimized strategy over untested data from the beginning of 2025 to present. That's the real key. Does it perform the same? Whatever. And I'm just telling you what I believe to be the case. So there we have the back testing. And what else is going on here? Well, I can't even tell what time it is. It's 10:22. So I'll typically run the the recap at about I don't know what to do here. I guess it's going to be 3. I'm trying to figure out how to do the timestamps with this big hiccup in the hiccup here in the damn stream. Yeah. Anyway, I'll try to figure it out. So we continue to go higher, and here we are. Testing up to that. Remember early this morning when we set this value for the IB high from yesterday? Well, looky there. I'm sorry, IB low from yesterday? Looky there. And that's it, kind of. I'm so disappointed I didn't catch a signal off there, but hey, that's why they call it trading, right? I had an old shrimper friend that said, yeah, he said, I'm going fishing. That's why they call it fishing, not catching. I guess that kind of works the same here. Yeah. Uh-oh. We're getting a bunch of random risk firing up here, perhaps. Be careful, mind your risk. If you're in a trade, be set, you know. That's a real danger that we face every day now with our trading. Well, let's see here. How'd the week turn out? I think I had a scratch. I had 1 or 2 scratches and a 61 tick full trade to both targets. So, you know. In the general scheme of things, if you were, you know, that's more money. If you did that week in and week out, that's as much or more money than a lot of folks make working 8 hours a day. $700-800 a week. It's, you know, almost 50 grand. So I think, I don't know anymore, but I think so. Well, we're just about rounding that curve, boys and girls, for the final home stretch on a Friday afternoon. I hope it's been a great week for you and that you have a real restful, healthy, pleasant weekend. Remember my speech here about taking care of that most valuable piece of equipment you got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor, boy. Take that on board. That's really the truth. And you'll be amazed at how your trading improves with your attitude and healthy and fit, and, you know. And it's not daunting. Nobody says you got to go 20 miles a day. You know, go walk down to the end of the block and back. And then a block and a half, and, you know, on and on. There you don't set unrealistic goals, because then you'll blow them off, and that will give you a sense of failure, and that's exactly opposite of what you want to accomplish. And then pretty soon it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that you continue on. So here we go. We rounded the curve. The next order of business of any consequence maybe will be the market on close imbalance. Who the hell knows? So let's look at kind of everything, and let's go around the horn and do the recap here. Oh, I shut that all down. Well, my news sources of choice are investing.com, free. Here's today's reports. Here's next week. These are all the reports that we expect for next week. Maybe. Crude inventories on Wednesday, jobless claims, existing home sales. Are they still holding out for non-farm payroll? 7:30. No, they've given up on it. CPI, building permits, S&P Global, new home sales. So they've given up on non-farm payroll for the month. Thank you, our illustrious politician friends. If they want to know who to can back in Washington, I got a suggestion for them. They can wander over to the Capitol building and just, clean house. Well, what a bunch of jerk-offs. And you notice they're not getting a cut in pay, or anything else. Anyway. And another thing to remember for damn sure is that we are in earnings season. And all of the reports were before the market this morning, so there's nobody left to go today. Monday, we've got just a couple, and then Tuesday, we've got Coke and GE Aerospace and Netflix and Philip Morris. Those cigarettes, I didn't know they were still even in business. This is earnings season. Again, this is free. You can filter it however you want. Time zone, what you whatever you do. Whether you want what country, what reports do you want? Well, let's look at the calendar instead. Do you want, 2 stars, 1 star, 3 star, however you want to do that. And the next one, the more recent news source that I use is Financial Juice. I don't particularly care for the calendar or the docket as far as, snapping and posting it in websites or, Discord or somewhere. As I prefer this one. But it does have a squawk box affair going on over here. Which is, where all those critical risks that we can't identify typically rear their ugly heads, like the Trump tweet of last Friday, which dumped the market 227.75 or 21.75 points, for example, right here. And this entire thing, the entire reason for this and for the tweet has been completely reversed and walked back and denied, and no, that's not happening at all. So this happened on unsubstantiated random tweet, which was immediately countered. Or, no, that's not right. And eventually by Trump himself. First of all, it was by this, that, and those guys, but then it was then Trump himself a day or two before. No, we're going to have a great meeting with China, and I'm meeting with Xi and all this stuff. So, go figure. But that's why I call them random risk. We don't know what may happen. We know that the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, we have non-farm payroll scheduled. You better be flat and you better be on your tippy toes and understand that. But when there's some craziness can happen that we have no idea about, just somebody is motivated to tweet something somewhere, random risk. No political statement. It's just a fact of life nowadays. So that's it. News-wise, reports-wise, here's our high time frame. Just a micro composite, RTH session only, daily candlesticks. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite volume profile where we can identify the high and low volume nodes, these red and green lines right here. And they push automatically to bookmap, by the way. And we have a micro composite VPOC. And the session prices are automatically pushed to bookmap. We're high volume. Absolutely. I guess about $1.30. $1.25. Okay. 125%, 0.9% volume over average, and our ATR has dropped from 18 down to 6 through the course of the day on a 5-minute candle. What's the ES, by the way, of course. Then we have bookmap. Where's Blue Boy? There he is. The little devil's always hiding over there, huh? This is my new improved workflow. I throw this blue line on the session print of the start open of every session. Therefore, I can just have a visual cue that I glance over there and see that. I know I've got the entire session in the chart. So these micro composite or these migrating VPOCs are a little less important than they used to be. Because I used to keep 5 minutes here, so it would look like that. And those levels would scroll off my chart, right? That's 15 minutes. That's not even 5 minutes. So now I do this, and I can see the whole shooting match all day. When I want to anticipate trading, I can scroll in and look at all the, minutia that I want to as far as price action. We've already thoroughly discussed the signals and the triggers and the trades that I'm working on and doing now, which are the initial balance trades, and nothing going to happen between now and 2:30, now and 3 o'clock, that's for sure. At which time the stream will close off and be back at 0800 on Monday morning. There you are. Pre-market, set up, analyze the overnight trade and what we expect is going to happen on the open in the first, RTH1 session or period in the day. There's nothing mysterious or magical on my charts or my book map. There's no indicators. There's VWAP, RTH, VWAP, Globex, POC, RTH, POC, full session or Globex in the mid. IB high and low. Initial balance high, initial balance low, and they are in reality just the markers of the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Da-doop, and there you go. We'll keep an eye now at 1450 when we will get whatever we're going to get as far as the market on close imbalance. That'll happen over here in the Guac box idea for the Financial juice. And yeah, there you go.